Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. I hope you are having an amazing day. Today, we're going to do some drawing. Now, I think I have everything set up already. Oh, wait, no. No, I don't. No, I don't. I forgot to turn on the music. There you go. Perfect. Oops. Well, now we have music, but now I think I have everything set up. Uh, so we don't need to be on this screen anymore. We could just go ahead and hop on over to here. Last time, we got, I believe, the majority of the line art done, which I am very happy about, because that means we get to go to the drawing, which is a lot of fun. I'm gonna go for as long as I can, because, yeah, wrist issues suck. But for now, everything's fine. So knock on all the wood we have. Hopefully it stays that way. But I did get an idea, like, as I was setting up stream, because I was looking through some of the screenshots. There we go. Some of the screenshots that I took of Elden Ring, trying to figure out how I could fit that game into here. And then I remembered the Elden, like, not the Elden tree. Ah, yes, the Elden tree. What's it called? The Erd tree, I believe. That tree, I think we can actually do something with that on either the posts of the table legs or maybe somewhere in the background. But I want to try and put it in the posts of the table legs because I have a feeling that that will look kind of cool. Will be difficult, maybe. But you know what? It's a direction to go, and I'm intrigued by it. So I'm going to go ahead and make a new layer. I'm going to make this one an orange. Because the screenshot that I'm using is this one. I think... When did I take this one? How did I take this one? Because I don't see my character, but I know I'm there. Weird. It might have been when I died at some point, because I remember we were having some issues where basically it wouldn't clip back to where Blue was during the game at some point. So that might be it. Hey, dang it! Don't switch to a different drawing. I want to have the palettes up and ready, so I don't have to go back to them. Okay, there we go. Yeah. When we fought Margit. Ah. Also, hi, Blue. Okay. Let's do... How am I going to do this? We could have it to where it's basically thinner in the center. It has a few like limbs going out, and then it could be no. The amount of times that you would scoot in your chair and hit your leg or something to that effect, I feel like having it be that bulky at the top would probably not be great. Oh wait, that's the other. Ah, yes. I could read my drawing. Totally. But essentially, do something to this effect on each one, and then I'll most likely end up doing it like I would if I were drawing an actual tree, which is basically just doing this and then using colors and stuff to give the illusion that there's leaves. I think that that would be our best bet if you want to do something like that. Either that or I can maybe put a shelf in the background that has like a mini version of it, like a bonsai tree, but it's a Erd tree. That'd be actually kind of cute. Or maybe there's a pot in the background where it's kind of like right here and it's like smaller. It would have to be like, oh, probably 100 times smaller than the actual one, but have like a tiny one. As much as I like this idea, because the Erd tree is glowing, I think it would take away from the creeper's explosion here. Or the lighting of the creeper. So we're gonna pretend that that's fully erased. Since this is a sketch layer, that's fine. We won't see it in the end. Okay. That's the tabletop. That means the table legs are here. Why are the table legs so far away from the tabletop? Where in the world? What? Is the tabletop and the table legs? Nope. What have I done with the table legs? Oh, there we go. Why? You know what? Just to save myself a little bit, let's do table legs. Because apparently, they're a lot farther away from the tabletop than I initially remembered. Okay, let's go back into here. Because these ones are back a bit. We need to make sure that's thinner and also a little bit higher up. And it goes out just a little bit. Nope. I did that way too high up. You know, I'll just do that. There. Perfect. And then this one, pop, right about here. Just about. And you make the table legs a lot lighter. And then we can go from there. Because this would be carved. So there would be some points where we'll add the lines just to show that there's a bit more depth than other places, but I think for the most part we can let shading and coloring do that for us. And that's not at all. Okay. I need to remember that it's kind of, it kind of reminds me of a mushroom. I know it's not, but the shape itself kind of reminds me of one. Like if you just take the leaves, section them off, then add the stem, just putting in basic shapes. Okay. So let's do something like this instead. Because this would be part of the upper table leg. So this part would just kind of fade into it rather than having the hard lines over here. Okay, if there's too many, if it's too long, you're just going to end up stabbing yourself in the leg with a tree limb, which sounds painful. So let's try to avoid that. Let's try and avoid that. You know what? I would like to be able to zoom into this picture because I cannot see it well. I can see it a little bit, but it's far away. There we go. Perfect. I need to remember that there is other branches. Let's put some leaves over here as well. Ah, yes. Lovely. and then it can go out and become the rest of the table leg. I mean, it doesn't look structurally sound. Let's see if we can fix that. Let's see if maybe on either side we have just some supports around either end. Actually, it should be lined up with the actual table leg. And then, bop. Is this one lined up? No, it is not. I guess we're gonna redo that line over there. And bop. So if we do something like that, it wouldn't make sense if it was just on those two sides. We'd want it on the side we can see as well. What is going on here? What angle did I draw this at? Alrighty then. A little confusing, but alright. And we're going to want to fix this as well. And let's say this one, the farthest end of the side would probably be around here. So let's do bop. No. And bop. Let's see if that will work. So it'll kind of be... right now it's reminding me of an hourglass. You know how the certain hourglasses you have, of course, the hourglass itself, that's glass. And then you can have ones that have the metal bars on either end. But instead of just on two sides, it's on, well, technically four. I'm just going to duplicate it so I don't erase it and go, no, now I need to redraw all that. I mean, it's not a lot that I would have to redraw, but... I mean, it's not awful, but it's definitely not the best. I like it better this way. You know what? Yeah, that's not bad. Is it practical? Probably not, because one wrong move, like, you accidentally knee it, and it's gonna break one of those supports, and the entire thing's just gonna crumble. But it's pretty. Huh. Maybe if we make... these supports on the sides a little bit wider, it can look more safe in that regard. I mean, it looks a little bit better. Still looks fragile, but you know what? Could be worse. Ooh. You know what? Wait. What if that was just carved afterwards? So let me quickly erase this part. But if it was carved afterwards, I mean, this one singular table leg is probably definitely unstable. I mean, it'd be interesting. And if we do that, wait. Either way, I'd have to do this. Is make sure we can actually see the tail through there. Because that's going to go bop, bop. And bop. I curved that way too much. Doot, doot. Doot. Also, with where this hand is, I have a feeling that the tail would be closer to the camera. That means I need to figure out where this hand is. If I were one of the hands, I'd be right here. Lovely. That one I was actually able to find. Yeah, that looks better. And over here, sure, it makes these other three table legs plain, but I actually do like the fact that it draws your attention to that singular table leg. And you know what? I think with this one, probably that opposite one. Yeah, let's do the opposite one. With this opposite table leg, what we'll do is have it so it kind of has... Would it be whittle marks? Essentially, they're starting to carve this one. Who's they? Whichever one of us wants to start learning how to carve wood. And in all fairness, that would be a lot of fun. It would also be Very interesting. I haven't dabbled much in the 3D world of art much. So I'm always intrigued to see how people do it. Because they go from something like this to something like this. Which is mind-blowing to me, but you know what? I could do that with 2D stuff, so good job on their part. And the other part of this table leg would technically be behind the tree, so we wouldn't see that line. Alrighty then. We have added an Erd tree to the table leg. I'm just gonna scroll all the way up. There we go. Where is the actual hood? Where's the actual hood? Is this it? Eek. Because when I opened this up, I realized I'd never finished the bottom part of my hair. It just kind of disappeared. Is this it? Ah. Alrighty then. Thankfully, I only have to erase a tiny portion of it. There we go. And strings. Strings? There we go. How about let's instead do this? I'm gonna need to find where that is, but fairly certain it's probably on the same layer as the rest of the main body. Eek. How about let's not throw my pencil? My pencil? I don't think this is a pencil. It's... That's close enough. Yeah, that works. Where is... I was right. It was on the main portion of the torso layer. Alrighty then. You. I'm actually gonna have to... Okay. This is why I pulled up the image on my phone. Because I just have a picture of Golden Freddy on my phone. Just because I no, I won't remember off the top of my head specific details. Can you please stop falling? Stay, stay, stay. Don't mind me as I prop up my phone on my monitor just so I can see it. Because I could have done it on my PC, but I didn't want to hover over it because I have a whole bunch of tabs and be like, nope, you can't see the screen anymore. No more drawing. Because that does happen. Okay, I'm gonna want to find the tabletop. Wherever it may be. That's legs. Ah, there it is. Perfect. Come on. I mean, you know what? For now, I'll go with it. I'll go with it and just do it on multiple layers. Because the quick sketch is not necessarily the best. Okay, that's part of the issue. Okay, I think I found some of what's looking odd. Because the way I have drawn the mouth part makes it look like I'm supposed to have both parts. But the rest of the head does not indicate that we have both parts. We only have the top jaw. Only the top jaw of Golden Freddy, well, the top jaw and up of Golden Freddy are here. The rest of him, well, it's somewhere. Okay, let's quickly fix this bit. I mean, not terrible. But I need to fix this part. There we go. I might have to actually redo the entire sketch I did there. because it is very off. Mainly just in the way of which way I'm doing it. So, yeah, I'm fixing it. Fixing the perspective, but it was very off. So, let's do this. We're gonna need an eye here. An eye here. Something to that effect. Except the bridge in between the eyes are relatively is relatively small. You know what? Let's do this just so I can have something. That's splitting the face in half. Now I can go back to the red. We'll have the bridge here. And I need to scoot that up. Oh, that looks so off. Then again, I think it's partially because I need to fix this part. Because sure, it's going backwards, but it, from the image I'm using, it doesn't look like it curves that much. It also could be that the thing itself is also way too big. I mean, Maybe? I am also following a curve. I like how, with the original sketch, I was able to do it relatively okay. Like, sure, it was a quick sketch. Perspective was just a tad off. And now I'm trying to do it, trying to do what I believe would be correct, and nope. It would probably help if I actually got the shape of the head. And then if I do... Ah, yes. Perfect. I may have fixed the eyes slightly, and I messed with the nose. Okay, fine. Can I... I mean... That's not terrible. But we definitely need to move the nose a bit. Maybe a little bit more than a bit. Okay. If we do this... I need to turn down the opacity by a lot. And then try again with the rest of the upper jaw. How do I keep... You know what? No. I'll do this instead. Hmm. It would connect to the mask at about here. It'd go over, go down, and you know what? If I quickly turn those off, I mean, that looks better in general. I'm definitely going to fix this later, because it's going to be a little odd, but... You know what? Let's try it out. If it's still odd, I'm gonna have to move on to the rest of the head to be able to be like, oh yeah, it was just in my head, or oh hey, no, it was legitimately bad. And I need to turn back these ones. and mess with the opacity. I like the head shape. This eye is being weird though. But I need to move you more to the side over here. About. We'll definitely need to fix the shape itself, but just as a general placement, doesn't look too bad. Yeah. Yeah, that looks much better. Right. Let's do something more along these lines. Apparently, Golden Freddy is going to have very rectangular eyes. I mean, he kind of already does, at least from the image that I was looking at, but this might be a little off. But that's fine. Not looking for perfection. I say as I was spending a very long time on just trying to fix a sketch. But that's beside the point. If we shrink that a bit. Okay, that looks like it fits a bit better. Because if I adjusted the snout, it would have messed a few things up. At least I think so. Could be wrong. Could indeed be wrong. I need to make them just a tad more circular than what I had them. Bop and bop. Okay, yeah, that looks better. I put those eyebrows way too high. For a moment, he was surprised. How shocking. I need to just move this one over a bit. Hmm. You know what? Right now it looks odd, but I don't really know how to fix it at this current moment. So I'll leave it for now. I also need to put the teeth. The top teeth. Let's have some wire. What is that actually? I know that's wire. Is that just some of the covering coming off? It might be some of the covering coming off. So let's do something like this instead. And then we need another wire. Let's go ahead and shrink this. Since we fixed the eye itself. There we go. I also need to take into account that his hat's going to cover some of his head. I still haven't redone the hat. That's fine. He'll just look bald for a little bit. That's fine. There we go. And let's go ahead and get this part done as well. I mean, definitely doesn't look as broken and run down as, well, Golden Freddy is, but I think we're going to end up doing most of that in color. Because besides the wires coming out of his eyes and his missing ear, he doesn't really have too many parts that are extremely visibly damaged from what I can tell. At least in the head. I can also only see a few of his top teeth in this image. Is there a better look? I'm not seeing one. Alright. Don't know why I turned off my phone, but you know what? That's fine. If I need it, I'll turn it back on. And I'll probably need it, but not right now. This will just be a sketch of sorts. Trying to figure out where the teeth are. Because there is a gap in between these two teeth. But none of these teeth I've been able to find. Actually, what I could do is just leave the teeth out of it. Because we don't have the bottom jaw. I mean, sure. Technically, he doesn't need the bottom jaw to have his top teeth, but for now, let's keep it like that. And I also legitimately need to shrink it that away. And lessen the curve. That was maybe a little bit too lessened. I mean, definitely not the worst I've done. Okay. let's quickly do this. Bottom of the ear is going to be here. But that should be relatively the same size because I feel like this area would be more curved. And then this side is going to seem thinner just for the simple fact of these sides. We can see the top, the side, and the front more than, well, that side of the ear. And then the other one, most people might see is maybe a wire sticking out, but the rest of them are just gonna kind of fall back where we can't see. Dang it. Alrighty then. And then the hat itself. It doesn't need to be too curved. Because we're seeing mostly the side, but I don't think we'd see a lot of the top of this hat. We might see a little bit of it, but not a whole lot. You know what? Wanted to fix the sketch a little. Just make it a little bit more readable. Or at least more readable than it was. Too tall. Actually. Maybe too big in general? Okay, it's still way too tall. All things considered, I don't think that's terrible. Hmm. You know what? Yeah, that looks better. That looks better. And then we can go back to the black, and let's start with the ear first. Let's do bop. Go around. I want to curve this end just a bit more. And then we'll connect it up. Like that. Something looks off, but I can't pinpoint it. Maybe it's this end? And then we can fix the inside of the ear as well. I think I'm close. I think I just made it a little bit off on this curve here. A little bit too big. It would probably help to actually give the mechanism that has the ear attached to the head before I decide, oh, hey, this fits perfectly, or oh, I need to move the ear this direction. There we go. Let's go ahead and make it so we can actually see the wires instead of having lines through them. Okay, I think that wire over there is too much. Okay, yeah, that's better. The second wire was too much, but that is a whole lot better. Another thing I could do, I might as well do now, is just kind of shade the permanently dark bits. Because of course we're going to have shading, but these bits are going to be very dark no matter where the lighting is. Unless the lighting came from inside of said thing. But I'm fairly certain that is not the case. Fairly certain the majority of the light is going to come from the center here. Let's do bop. There we go. Yeah. When I was looking at the image, what I saw was basically a wire with almost like stripes on it. Because it was coming out of his eye, I was assuming that it was just the insulation on the wires being ripped away or decayed, something to that effect. So that works. It might not make a whole lot of sense, considering the fact of I don't know how the hell that would happen on accident, unless you were like, ooh, I'm gonna quote unquote accidentally just cut away the insulation on this specific part, tear it away so it's two separate things. But you know what? Maybe that was also connected to a different wire set. I don't know why, but you know what? It's not my job to. I'm just drawing. Do not need to know the reasons of, well, actually, it's fun to know the reasons. I like having reasons for having certain things in certain places. Same with what I do when building in Minecraft. It's like, oh, hey, why would this be here? Well, let's say this is this place, and it's going to be here for this long. So it needs to be this aged. Or it needs to have big walkways, small walkways. Stuff like that. I like world building. It's a whole lot of fun. And usually with certain parts of world building, if I don't know a lot about the subject, I'd look it up. Because I'm currently drawing and don't know a lot about how insulated wires would decay, I'm just going with my best guess. Especially since I'm drawing from reference. Where's the arm? There it is. Let's do bop, bop, bop. And I'm also going to move this all the way down since it is technically a sketch layer. I have a few sketch layers I need to move. Ah, it's fine. You know what? Besides the tabletop being in it, and the fact that I need to give the tabletop its opacity back. Tabletop, where are you? That's table legs. Tabletop. Here's your opacity back, and let's make it so you aren't overlapping. You know what? That's definitely not the worst in the world, and I think that's the best animatronic head I've drawn. Is it the best? No. Something's off, and I don't know why. But considering it's the best I've done, I'm happy with it. Except I am going to change the bottom here, because I have... Wait. Is it this one? Yes, it is. I'm going to see if changing this one thing will help. I'm going to make it so it's more flat on the bottom here, instead of as curved as it was. I need to do that a little bit lower. So let's do... bop. And bop. I mean... it's a little better. That looks odd. Yeah, I like that better. Sure, it's a small thing. Doesn't really change all that much. But it's enough that I feel like it is a necessary change. And the rest of the things for that specific one will be in color, because it doesn't look all that aged or broken. But at the moment, I don't really think I could do that unless I knew there was like a scratch somewhere or something to that effect. But most of it, from what I've been able to see, is like probably, I think, a little bit of mold and just general stuff like that. So that's all in the fur. Where's the arm? Is that the arm? So it's gonna go You know what? That's actually relatively close to where I actually need it. Yay! The fact I've been drawing my persona for a while now is paying off. Technically in multiple regards, but still. Not too bad. Thanks, Blue. Okay. We have FNAF, Minecraft, Red Velvet Cake, Little Nightmares, Elden Ring. Because this is just going over the games I did in the past year. Sure, it's not a whole lot of games, but I did a fair chunk of observation duty. I don't know how to do observation duty as a. How did my brain blank on observation duty when I was doing the sketch? Probably because it's. I don't know how I would convey that in a drawing. Then I need Phasmo. But I did this so I can go pop. Because I have it. Oh, you know what? I know I could technically do this on the coloring thing. But no. No. As much as it would be funny, no, that'd be a waste of cake. That'd be a waste of cake because I wouldn't want cake touching anything moldy. That doesn't sound great. I'm also gonna see. If I could do that instead. Is that actually the thing I needed to do in general to fix that? Was just the fact that I forgot a slight bit of the perspective. You know what? That would probably make things a little bit difficult, in all fairness. Yeah, that's a lot better. Alrighty then. I fixed it! Observation duty. Do I even remember what the observation duty logo looks like? Observation duty. Duty? Apparently, I will forever put a period instead of a spacebar when typing. Well, yes, I know that. I'm not looking for what it is. I'm just looking for anything recognizable. For observation duty, specifically. Um... Huh. The only thing I'm thinking as a maybe is if is if I make a few of these. Not like change everything about it, but make it so they kind of have one thing different about them in each one. Hmm. You know what? For now, I'll let my thoughts stew while I work on baby teeth face. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Ah, yes. Thanks. I love the fact that these are just numbers. I was hoping you would give me, oh, hey, these are Phasmophobia screenshots. But no, they didn't. Where? I lost my mouse for a second. Okay. You guys are gonna go to the opening scene for a little bit because I need to open up my Phasmo screenshots. There we go. And then, pop. Welcome back. We've got some jobs for you. I'm fairly certain I have a baby teeth face. Actually, I could go over here. You get to see all of my screenshots. I'd take a few. Oh, baby teeth face, where are you? Hmm. Do I? I have to have a baby teeth face. I do. That is not good enough lighting, but you know what? I think this is probably the only baby teeth face one that I have that is of that version. Do-do-do-do. There we go. Ah. Lovely teeth. Oh, dang it. I can't really see it on that screen. Wait, can I... You know what? If I edit it, can I adjust the brightness? Yes, I can. Just so I can actually see what I'm doing. This is fantastic. I adjusted some of the stuff just so I can see what I'm actually looking at because it's dark in the photo screenshot. And I mean, I can see stuff now. But yeah, that's baby teeth face. Okay. Lovely. So let's... You know what? I'll do more of an oval because we don't have to worry about any eyes or anything like that because the amazing teeth. The dentist would be so proud. They're so... I mean, they also look really sharp. Like a leech. I don't know why my brain went to a leech, but I mean, it's not too far off. Okay, there we go. And then this part is going to be teeth. A whole lot of teeth. Why do you have so many teeth? I ask a horror game creature. You know. Like there's not a reason. Okay, because this is sketch layer, whenever there's areas that I erase, so there's no more lines there, it looks so weird. I don't know why, but it does. There is a reason it's called Baby Teeth Face. Let's do maybe here? About. Lovely. And I have a feeling the majority of this is only going to be brought to life by color. I just now realized there's a tear in their face. Well, besides just the gaping mouth. But there's a tear right up here. Not in that direction, though. It's more of like this. Alrighty then. They also have a very long neck. This is how you know I haven't been able to get a very good look at Baby Teeth Face. Because I'm only now realizing that they have a very long neck. Oh, that... Lovely. That's what we want to see under the table. That has... That's not concerning to see in your home. Maybe there's a good thing that there's a creeper here. Okay. Let's go ahead and switch to... You know what? That'll work. That's not... What? What? Don't mind me double checking just to see if I opened Smappy or not. Because I think I accidentally clicked Smappy. It didn't launch, but here we are. I might need to keep that in mind if I ever want to play modded Stardew Valley again. Because if that's not starting, then I might have I potentially might be a few updates behind. Who knows? But that's for another day. That's for future me to worry about. Because I was trying just to get this color onto the color history so I can go back and fix this. That is very odd. I mean, I'm definitely going to fix a few things once I actually know exactly what I'm doing, because I am changing the pose ever so slightly. And you know what? Instead of having them have their head bent in that direction, let's have it more so bent in this direction. Like they're hunching over a bit of cake. Oh, their poor neck. You know what? I'm going to quickly bring that down a bit so I can fix the neck again. Because in here, its neck is broken in this way. Or at least I'm assuming it's broken, because her neck goes like that. I don't know if you know, your neck is, the majority of the time, not supposed to be bent at that degree. So if they're hunched over, eating a bit of cake, if the break is going this way, I'm trying to make it so that the break is up more, just because they're bowing their head down. Okay, I don't need the arrow there constantly. Hmm. I mean, I think it's getting the general point across, and in all fairness, his neck looks very broken. If we do something more so like this, because this shoulder is technically slightly closer to the camera. Not by too much, but enough so that I think I need to fix this shoulder. Usually I use the folds of the clothes to help me with this. But I can't necessarily do that because the clothes it's wearing is hugging its neck here, but more so on the shoulder here. So, you know what? I'm having to learn something. Because over here, use the fold of the clothes. Definitely use the fold of the clothes. Here, I mean, not so much. But their shoulders aren't necessarily up. Hmm. You know what? We can double check to see if that is the correct posture, because I honestly can't tell at the moment. So we have the head, or trying to make. It's kind of hard to tell when their neck's broken. So to end up being like that. So I do need to fix it. But I don't need to fix it too much. So I think all in all, it's not bad. Oh, I need to go back to the orange. Alrighty then. And then let's do. Their thumb would be on this side, right? You know what? I want both hands. Sure, it means more work for me, but. Yes, that's totally how those hands would be. Because they need to be bent and separated. Like they're holding just chunks of cake. Which right now, it does not look like they're doing. I want them to be squishing it. Come on. I know this is just a sketch of the hand, but I would like to have a general idea of how I'm going to do the fingers. And then the thumb wouldn't be seen. Would it? I mean, if it did, it would just be over here. Because that's going to be filled with cake. And then on this side, we're going to have here. No, let's do that instead. I mean, of course, I'll need to fix whatever's going on with some of the joints and everything, but general shape-wise, I don't think that's too bad. I mean, of course, we only have 3 fingers shown here, but that's just because of the fact of how their hand's positioned. Because they have their hand angled in such a way that we can see all of the left side. Yeah. Don't mind me. I'm holding up my hands as if I were to be holding fistfuls of cake, trying to figure out how they would do that. Otherwise, I will not know how to pose hands. Alrighty then. Though I do think these need to be raised up more. Like that. And let's make this a little bit higher. So something along these lines instead. You know what? Yeah. That works. That works. Okay. I love the fact that I can make it even brighter. Is there anything else I can do to make it easier to see each of the teeth? Because that's the thing I am having the most issue with. What does vignette do? Nothing to that specific thing. How you know I don't mess with picture settings all that often? Okay. I think that's the best I'm going to do, so I'm just going to go with that. I mean, sure. It's extremely bright. But it is the best I can do at the moment. Because if I turn the contrast to high, it kind of becomes a little illegible. To be honest, it kind of what is that thing? Its teeth are reminding me of something that isn't just leeches. Like, that's just because of the fact that its whole face is just teeth. There's something I'm thinking of that have like very thin, long teeth. Is it an angler? It might be an angler. I'm gonna be honest, Blue. I I don't understand what you're trying to say there. Sorry. I might have said something and I might have forgotten what I said. So, can you please give me some context? Because I'm blanking. Because I went on a side tangent. I think it's anglerfish. Teeth. I mean, yeah, actually. The picture is fine. It's the photo. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That makes that makes a bit more sense. I was like, in relations to what? What's going on? What are we doing? Okay, let me quickly do this. Is that gonna load? Thank you. That was concerning. Let's do angler, fish, teeth, so you guys can see what I'm seeing. Please. Uh-oh. There we go. Every once in a while, it gets really upset at me because I have too many tabs open. But yeah, it reminds me of angler teeth. Just because of how thin it is. Like how thin the teeth are. It's definitely not the same because they're, at least from what I can see from the picture, none of them are like super long in comparison to others, but it is still what it reminds me of. There could be another one that it reminds me of, but Angler's the only thing that popped into my head. You know what? For these ones that are just outside of its face and not the ones that are further in, I think I'm gonna do the whole tooth, or at least the tooth and where it's sunken into the gums. That is a whole lot of teeth. How long would it take to brush said teeth? Probably a long time, considering the fact that there's more teeth inside of its mouth. It's not just on the outside, it's also on the inside. Oh, it'd really suck if they got cavities. I mean, sure, they're a ghost, so I don't think they would, but the thought is still there. If it got cavities. Ah. Because I don't think anything would want to put its hand anywhere near its face. So they just have constant pain. Right? I mean, I could be wrong. I'm going to be honest. I've had a few cavities in my life, but I also have really weird pain tolerance in my mouth. Someone could poke me in the arm. Hurts like hell. I could get, I think it was a total of 7 teeth pulled because, well, I had an overcrowded mouth and wisdom teeth. Uh, and I didn't feel any pain, so I don't know. So if you guys ever had one before, does it hurt constantly? Maybe it's only when you chew. I'd believe that. And maybe baby teeth face wouldn't have that problem because all of the other teeth would take care of it. It would just be mush by the time it hit any of the back ones. Wait, how would they close their mouth? Why is that just a? Why is that now a question in my mind? You know what? Even though they have a lot of teeth, they are on a liquid diet. Confirmed. Just for the simple fact of I don't think they can use said teeth effectively at this moment in time. Not unless their whole face kind of squishes. Oh. Oh, that'd be interesting to say the least. Would not be something I would want to see ever. Except maybe in a horror movie, but still. Not something I'd want to see in real life. Ever. Okay, these ones I need to fix a bit. Because sure, they're supposed to be sharp, but because they're kind of curved, and those ones are farther away and seen at an angle, I think that's going to be best, and these two need to be a little bit sharpened. Lovely. You know what? Let's do that instead. Okay, maybe not exactly that. I messed up that tooth just a tad. Mmm. Alrighty then. And now we just need to do all the other teeth. Lovely. I would not want to be on the receiving end of a headbutt, because I still don't know if they can bite things. But if they headbutt you, it might be the equivalent. In all fairness. Let's do that. There are certain areas that I need to make a little bit more defined, because I can see when the line art is gonna start getting a little bit fuzzy if I don't define a few more of the lines, or at least darken them, like right here. I think that's slowly but surely getting the point across. And the thing is that I'm using technically 2 pixels is the size of my brush right now. So I could technically put it down 1 pixel. But at that point, it's not going to be details worth putting down, I don't think. Unless we're doing like tiny scratches or something like that. I think 2 pixels is enough. Oh, there are so many teeth. There we go. I think what I might do as well is have the very back of the mouth. So right here, I'll layer it so it's one set of teeth on top, then a layer of shadow, another set of teeth, a layer of shadow, another set of teeth, and then a darker layer of shadow, so it looks like it's kind of a chasm, so we don't have to make the line art too messy back there, because it's a little messy, because there's a lot of teeth. That kind of looks like a flower. I mean, over here it looks like teeth, but over here it kind of looks like a flower. I'm gonna quickly do this though. I mean, the third row of teeth here. I mean, I think it kind of takes away from all the others. So I'll do the same concept shading wise, but I think I'll leave out the third row just for the simple fact of I think it's cluttering it a bit to where the rest of the teeth don't really have much of a definition. Because with this added, sure, you can technically see all the lines, but if you zoom out, it feels like there's less definition to all the teeth. Looks a lot more cluttered. Lovely. In some places, we'll have a few teeth pop out, coloring-wise. Just like they're catching on the light just a bit more than the rest of it. But then the rest will just be in darkness. Wait a minute, can I get away with... doing this just back here? I mean, technically, but I don't think we need it. I'll just do it with coloring and what I do with just normal shading. Because I know we did it with Golden Freddy over here, but that's for a different reason. Because back there, there's technically no texture or anything. So it adds a little bit. This actually has stuff in it, so... There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and just show the bits where the skin is kind of not fully there anymore, because since it has this rip and the majority of this kid's face is covered in blood. I'm going to assume that that's kind of how it is. I would need to actually see the model itself and have it not disappear within a certain amount of time. And be able to walk near it without it disappearing to be able to actually tell, but just going off of assumptions, I can kind of see it. And then we'll do this. Perfect. Let's get the dome. I don't know why I'm deciding to put like a slight indentation here, because I don't see it here, but it kind of fits with the whole thing, weirdly enough. Because her face is kind of just a little messed up. So the fact that there's a slight, maybe it wasn't an indentation at all. It might have just been my subconscious being like, the head wouldn't be shaped like that. It's not perfectly round. That might have been some of it, in all fairness. I'm going to do that on a different layer. Dang it, I'm out of water. Fine. I'll drink my soda. And then I'll grab a glass of water after stream. This is your reminder, stay hydrated, people. Because water's important. I'm having to debate what is shadow and what is just blood. And I'm assuming anything on the left side, just going off of where the light was coming from, is most likely shadow, except in the places that are surrounded by red. But you know what? I'm going to give them a little bit of a misshapen ear. It's not a lot, but I feel like it makes sense. There we go. Perfect. Wait, are all the only ones that aren't following the same? Well, for the most part, the same general direction. This is, I mean, kind of close, but not quite. Is this one? Why are you sideways? I mean, thankfully it's small enough that if you're looking at a distance, you can't tell. But oh, that's odd. Keep on thinking the table's still going through the gnome's head. It's just the bottom of the gnome cap. I think this is legitimately my first time drawing baby teeth face, and I'm actually really happy with how this head has turned out. I mean, sure, it's unsettling, but it's also baby teeth face, so I'm not too surprised. I guess we're doing each of the fingers separately. So I need to also draw the... Oh, it's... delicious. I think baby teeth face needs a sink. I was gonna say a paper towel, but no, that won't get the sticky off. You're gonna need a sink and soap and very hot water. You are covered in cake. And you know what? As long as you're having fun, baby teeth face. As long as you're having fun and not killing us. Maybe if I get this done, baby teeth face, next Phasmo Friday will be nice. I say that, and it's gonna be the opposite. They're gonna be like, you butchered me. I didn't have enough cake all over my hands. Or you didn't give me enough cake. Actually, it'd probably be the fact that they only took 2 handfuls and didn't have the entire cake. There we go. Not quite. There we go. There we go. Was it that one? No, it's this one. There we go. I need to erase a bit of the pinky without getting rid of all of that. There we go. Is there anything else I need to erase? No, honestly, that looks pretty solid. You know what? Wait a minute. This baby teeth. Oh, okay. This baby teeth face's arm has it been re-sewn on, or is that? Huh. Alrighty then. So I wanted to see what the hands look like, and it looks like on their left hand. Oh, very much so. Gremlin energy is like the Geiger counter for gremlin energy would be ticking so fast near baby teeth face. Not as fast as Toodles, but almost. They'd be friends. And Roger would be terrified. Yeah, it does look... Okay, cool. I'm not just saying things. Got it. Just want to make sure. But it looks like on their left hand, it looks like they have either frostbite or their fingers are just starting to fall off. Essentially, like, no blood's getting to it, so they've turned black. At least the fingertips on the left hand. I don't know about the thumb. The thumb looks fine, but the fingers don't. So on this hand... Wait, if it was... That would mean that they wouldn't be able to close their hand well, but that's fine. We don't need to go that technical. It'll be fine. Okay, I need to fix the back of the hand. I'm also gonna need to shrink that entire hand because that entire hand is too big. I only know that because I put my hands so I could basically measure how big baby Teeth Face's hands were, kept them on my screen, and just moved the image up. And baby Teeth Face's hand covers from here to about here if they were to just facepalm themselves. And at the moment, this hand reaches probably around here, which isn't enough room for the fingers. So I need to shrink that. So let's do bop, bop. That looks like the entire hand. I gotta need to realign it, but I think that is a better size. I also need to just temporarily take that off because that was messing with my ability to actually see what I'm looking at. Let's do this. And hopefully this won't be a butchered tracing of the previous layer. I mean, it might be. Sometimes I do that on accident just for the simple fact of both of them are black outlines. So technically a lot of these could be a lot lighter than I think they are. But we'll see. Okay, there's just a few that I need to go over again to make the lines darker. Not too bad. Okay, this one, that line is way too thick up here. This being a surprisingly good circle is throwing me off. Okay, that's better. And then we can turn those back on. Wait, do you have short sleeves? You have short sleeves. Got it. Let's go ahead and let's start on this side. And then we'll do this side as well. Just for a simple fact of we won't have cake on either side unless it's... Well, we might, but it's not guaranteed. Like, in between the fingers. There we go. And that's supposed to be some of the frosting. Because they wouldn't just grab the cake. No. They grabbed a whole chunk of the cake with the frosting. And that is more than 2 handfuls. So Baby Teeth Face, like, occasionally just kind of crawls out enough, grabs a bit, scurries back under the table, eats it, and then comes back up. You know, like one does. And then let's do that. So we can have a few areas where cake is covering this side, but the majority is going to cover this side. I don't know what that line was, but you know what? It works. It works. And then I'm also going to probably do a little bit of frosting just speckled about as well, because it would be covering a lot of the crumbs. So those are just guaranteed places. Let's do... There we go. And from this side, there may be like cake buildup over here, but I don't think we'd be able to see it from this angle. There we go. You know what? We can have a little bit sticking out over there. And this one will just be kind of like falling off because, you know, they're holding it. It's not a plate and they're squishing it. It's going to crumble and kind of make a mess. And since Baby Teeth Face has already eaten some, I don't know how they're eating it, but you know what? We're not going to ask questions. They're squishing their face. You know, as one does to eat cake. It was their right hand that has the sewn on arm. And that's not shown, so I don't need to worry about that. Unless there's other things. Maybe around the wrist. The wrist does seem a little odd. But we're also not really seeing much of it. I just need to note the discoloration. You know what? That's like a temporary peace offering, similar to the cake. I'm gonna give them like a little like friendship bracelet of sorts. That just kinda has a ghost. Because, yeah, sure, it's baby teeth face, but they're still also a kid. And it's there. Perfect. Not necessary. Just looked like the arm needed something. If it was bigger, that could have worked, but it's fine. It'll be fine. Okay. That's her shoulder. Well, yeah, it's still her shoulder. Let's go ahead and get the shirt all figured out. Goes up. Probably in. Nope, it's going closer to the camera with how the arm is, because it goes. Yeah. So it'd be more so like that. There we go. Oh, there it is. That's part of the cake, not the shoulder. Would be nice to tell the difference. And it's going to be just above the elbow that we actually have the cutoff of the sleeves. And since the elbow would be, at least for this one, right about here, the cutoff would be just about here. So if you turn off those real quick. Yeah. All right, baby teeth face. You look horrifying, but you're happy with cake, so I think the thing that is most unsettling is the fact that it's the thing that has the most line art just because of the simple fact of it has so many teeth. You look at everyone else. Even the gnome. And Six. And this tree and Golden Freddy. Baby Teeth Face is the one that has the most amount of detail. Line art wise. I still didn't give the creeper a face. Huh. You know what? I'm gonna quickly turn this on just to make sure I got everything I wanted lined. Except for a blanket that's going to be pinned just to the underneath. Because I feel like this table would be like one of those tables where you have the legs and then you have, of course, the tabletop, but the tabletop kind of bends over and covers a little bit more on the side. So there's like a lip. I feel like Baby Teeth Face would have hung it over there so you can see both of the legs. So let's. Nope. You know what? I think it just needs those two. Still don't know what the design's gonna be. We'll figure it out as we go. And you know what? Excluding the fact that the creeper has no face, I think I have all the line work, like line art, that I need for this specific. No, I don't. No, I don't. Blue, I almost forgot your cane. That would have been a mistake. Where is the tabletop? Because I also missed the line there. Sure, it's not necessarily visible, but it is there. And it looks like it's kind of about to fall. Not your cane! It looks like it's about to fall. It needs to be more on the side and less on the corner. Because if it's on the corner, it's just going to tip over. I mean, in all things considered, it's the least of our worries in comparison to exploding creeper, but wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I have an idea. And that idea includes Blue's cane being stolen. I mean, not necessarily. Like, it's still in the same area. And it's not going to be standing upright. Because if it was, well, then it'd be too short. Wait, would it? Actually, it might not be. How? Oh, right, you're in this picture. You would have been standing on something. Dang it. I have a feeling that if I didn't have your character standing on something and leaning forward in this specific drawing, because that's the only way I can explain the pose here, because your arm's a bit forward. Hmm. Which means, in all fairness, the height of the cane, just in comparison to all of us, well, maybe not Bun, because Bun's a little bit closer to the camera than everyone else. Actually, no, Baby T's face is probably even closer. But I think the tallest your cane would be is about right here. If we're standing upright all the way back there. So it'd be about right here on the table. So it wouldn't have to be angled too much. Meaning, I mean, sure, this is slightly because it's funny. And it's also because over here, you can kind of see something, but when it's over here, you can actually see it. I might want to angle my thing. Yeah, that should be fairly good. And then, bop. Fine, I won't move that down yet. I might want to put down the eyes first. We're going to ignore the fact that that's going into the table. Because I am going to have to move this entire thing. It's a little derpy. Okay, so it'd be around here. I need to fix all of this. No, I didn't. That's not what I wanted to do. Let's do green. So we have it facing this way. I'm gonna need to fix those teeth. Because it needs to be more like that. So that's too flared. There we go. And then I'll just do a separate layer for the teeth. Then we can complete the dome. I honestly don't know why I added those lines. but it honestly doesn't look terrible. I think it's because it's a skeleton. So I immediately went, oh, it's aged. But it honestly doesn't look terrible. It was this one that had the blanket? Yes. Yes, it was. There we go. Then just right before the canines. Yeah. There we go. I may or may not keep those lines. We'll see. We'll see if it adds good character to the cane, and if it does, hooray. If it doesn't, then we'll fix it and just get rid of those lines. Then again, right now, we can't really see those lines. At least not from this far. With that all out of the way, I'm going to combine all of the line art, because I know the creeper doesn't have a face right now. What? Oh, wait, no. One more thing. There's one more thing I need to do, and it's a very tiny thing. And it's legitimately just because this is, well, I'm not going to do Kane specifically, but it's part of the world that my OC Kane is from, and it's just going to be a random character. I'll let you guys name this character, but I'm just going to do like a small little thing here. Then the top won't be visible, so I need to just put this to 90. Do pop. And pop. Just a quick picture frame. There we go. Might be too big of a picture frame. Actually, it's most definitely too big of a picture frame. Where's the picture frame? Let's do this. Shrink it and move it. Perfect. I think I'm gonna do just a traditional poisonous mushroom. Not one of the fancy ones. Just one of the red with white dots. Can't think of the name off the top of my head. And sure, this may be a little odd in the background of this, but all things considered, our characters are in the same world as the Mushis. Or at least there. There's something I need to finish a bit more. But I have plans with the Mushis. So there's a reason I'm putting it here. You know what? I don't know why I'm making them so bendy right now. Ah, yes. Their arm will bend in several different ways. That's not how an arm goes, but okay. And then have it coiled around. I don't know why I'm adding a snake. I have zero reason to add a snake. But there's a snake now. If you want to, you can also name the snake. I will not say no to that. I need to change the opacity. Dang it. You know what? No. I should probably draw the eyes first, shouldn't I? No, I technically didn't need that, but I was having a a little bit of a difficult time trying to figure out where to put the eyes. Doesn't mean I need to fix the hat, but that's fine. I can fix said hat. Why did I... Okay, those could be on separate layers, that's fine. And let's do... Bop. Okay, fine. Something about the eyes being open does not seem right. Probably just the pose. Because they're holding a snake, tilting their head, and facing a critter that they find cute. There we go. Eek. Oh, I'm definitely gonna need to fix that. Also find it funny that I started drawing the face and completely changed the pose. You know what? That works. That works. You know what? Let's have this be the edit layer of the mushroom because I need to figure out where it's actually going to land. Otherwise, I won't be able to draw the ears. There we go. Let's go ahead and draw the strap first. Then we can draw the ear. Let's do... I'm going to give them very curly hair. don't know why, but it feels like they would. Because technically, this character is being made on the fly, meaning that you guys know enough about this character, as much about this character as I do. But sometimes that's a lot of fun. Because then you get to look at them and be like, oh, I think they'd do this, or I think they'd be like this. Alrighty then. What is that a part of? Is that still part of the... Oh, it is. My bad. And then... There we go. You know what? Let's give them some glasses. Just some thin wire glasses. There we go. And then after we have the line art of this new character done, then we'll combine everything. I'm leaving the creeper face blank right now because I want to do it on a separate layer that I can turn on and off so we can have two different ones, because I feel like a faceless creeper would just kind of be funny and a little terrifying, but mostly funny. So hence why I'm leaving creeper face blank, because I believe in the last live stream of this specific drawing, I said if I had all of the rest of the line art done, I might leave it blank. And that, so I'll do both, because I am technically adding more line art. More than what was planned. And you know what? That's not always a bad thing, because this adds a little bit more to the environment. And for all we know, this could be a picture. Maybe we went to a zoo in the Mushi world, or the mushroom world, because they called it Pride in a Mushroom World. Whatever that place is gonna be called, because I might have named it. I don't remember off the top of my head. But maybe we did. And maybe to the left of this image is like one of the other people just admiring the snake, but we can't see that part because, well, this is the only part in the photo. But yeah. And because it's going to be behind glass and everything, and there's going to be a bit of light, this will have a little bit of glare, so probably not all of the image is going to be conveyed. But you know what? That also means that there'll be just a fun little add-on. One that if you look close enough, you'll be able to see. It really depends on... Actually, I probably will end up putting the line art below the glass glare. Just for the simple fact of it's technically behind glass. So the lines would be easily read. I guess they're having a sweatshirt now. I don't know why they have a sweatshirt, but they now have a sweatshirt. That works. Just gonna move that. There we go. I'm gonna quickly turn down the opacity so we can actually draw the little snake. No, the snake's too close. I mean, I could move it, but not right now. I also technically need to... Ah. Thank you. Okay. That's my wake-up call to maybe save what I'm doing. Alrighty then. I don't know why every once in a while it does that, but it does. And it's terrifying when it does. Because it's like, oh, am I going to lose everything? Or is it all good? Or are we fine? Let's go ahead and Move that a little bit to the left. And now we can go back to the snake. It's really cute. I mean, I'm purposely trying to make it cute. But still, I like how that snake looks. I should probably know where the arm actually is before I start drawing the rest of the snake. But what I can do is add little mushrooms to it. And they're not, these mushrooms aren't like hurting the snake or anything. It's just kind of a part of the snake. Because in this world, I think I've shared it a little bit when I first drew Kane on stream. And that was a little while. I say a little while ago. I think that was almost. I think it's almost a year and a half ago. So it's been a bit. But when I first drew Kane on stream, I think I talked about it a little bit. But there are, of course, bigger things, which is why they're wearing the poisonous mushrooms and stuff. So they look inedible, so they don't get attacked. But there's spore pups, and now this little snake creature. Spore pups, well, they can release spores if they feel threatened. And technically, you wouldn't want to be near that. But this little guy, I'm just going under the assumption that similar to the Mushis, which are the elf-like people wearing mushroom hats, just kind of went with the mushrooms of, hey, if I look inedible, I won't be eaten. But instead of wearing mushrooms as a hat, it's just kind of a part of them. So it lets the snake have a few mushrooms. It's just a little guy. There we go. That hand looks very weird. Why? Why? It could be just the length of the fingers that are freaking me out. I mean, it might be. Oh, it was. Alrighty then. Perfect. That looks a little odd there. That looks very odd there. Okay. Let's do this real quick. Because first things first, I need to make this into a glove. And let's say that they most likely rolled up their sleeve. It's going this way. Nope, that sleeve's rolled up. So it'd just be an arm and the rolled up sleeve over here. Something to that effect. I definitely need to fix proportions, though. Because something about that is very off kilter. There we go. That's not right. Why is that not right? The hand itself is the right size. It'd be more likely that the arm's bent back here. But if that were the case, it'd be bent more this way instead. Right? Because if we do that, we need to fix the glove, but after we fix said glove, we can have the arm. The bunched up and rolled up sleeve. Okay, that part needs to be tilted slightly. In all fairness, yeah, that does look a lot better. Okay. Much better. Just need to fix the glove itself. And then we can just go onto the visible arm. Perfect. And I also need to raise the opacity of this just so I can kind of get the snake and the thumb no longer overlapping with the face. Oh, that's... Wait a minute. There we go. It goes over. Into the collar of the sweater. I mean, Okay, those lines were just very thick for some reason. Okay, good to know. There we go. And you know what? I think they'd have a braid. Sure, we can't really see the braid, but I do think they would have a braid. Where's the arm? This is the arm. Where's where's the sketch of the snake? Oh, that's why I moved the entire arm. Right. Don't know how I spaced that, but I did. It's just a little guy. Okay. I need to find all of the ones for this specific picture just in the background. And this one's not going to get combined with any of the other line art. Because this needs to be below, well, a few things. That's the picture frame itself. That's part of baby teeth face. Okay. And now we can just start combining them all. There we go. Okay. I guess we can combine those. It basically just deletes the hidden layer. Which, sure, I could do that, but sometimes it's fun to keep the sketches just to see where your brain was when you were originally doing the sketch compared to what it became. But for now, It was a minor thing that was not the original sketch, so. Okay, good. I did remember to adjust the opacity of the table. Tabletop. I don't think that's to anything, but I'll combine it. Lovely. We now have 2 things of line art. Lovely. And then this one's going to be the creeper. You know what? Gonna... Right? Right? Do I have any pictures of creepers on hand? I don't think I do. I mean, that's very... It's very much a sketch, but... If we do this... And then this... I'm going to need to round out the edges of the eyes. I'm going to need to square this up a bit more. This looks so odd. Maybe that? Do I need to move the entire face up? Because this is a sketch, and there's that line right there, it kind of looks like the creeper is either tired or done with everything. What did I just... I think I know what I pressed. I pressed one of the buttons on my drawing tablet. I mean, I don't know which one, but it was one of them. You know what? Apparently the creeper is going to have an odd mouth. In all fairness, it already kind of has an odd mouth. I don't know how it would look in real life, but you know what? Here we are. I have seen a few interpretations of creepers being fluffy. I do like those interpretations. But this one is not fluffy. Maybe that's why it's mad. It's like, I'm not fluffy. And there's a red velvet cake that's been half eaten. Maybe the creeper wanted all of the cake. all to itself and its friend on top of him. Why am I keeping that? You know what? It works. It works. If I put lines similar to Golden Freddy, will that add a little bit more? Because I know there is a lot of color stuff for the creeper, but there's not a whole lot of line art for it. At least in the way that I've done it. That looks so very odd. Hmm. You know what? I'll keep that. I'll just put it down here. Just in case. Good. For the most part. Except for the flame. Because now we can do the flame real quick. It looks like it's about to catch the plague mask on fire. Let's not have Blue get caught on. He might get caught on fire. He won't actually, because he's technically behind the cake and away from the candle. But from this angle, kind of looks like he's going to be lit aflame. I'm just gonna do this real quick. Yep. Okay. So in general, I think that's a good shape for the flame, and we can deal with all the lighting and the details of said flame afterwards. Because that's going to be over everything. But for now, let's focus on what's underneath it. And you know what? Because of the fact that I don't know what the exact, like, colors are going to be yet, except for, of course, our personas. I think I'm going to start with them. Which one first? You know what? Let's do blue first because we already kind of covered his beak. So let's do bop. I need to turn off the flame momentarily. There is a chance I will have to change some of the line art color for a little bit of blue. But we'll see. We will see. It really depends on whether or not the black lines are actually going to pop a little bit more once all of the colors in rather than just a little bit of it. Because this is technically a dark gray, not a black. So there is a potential. There we go. Come on. Damn. How about let's not press the button on my pen? Makes it so I can't really color. Up, up. I mean, up close you can see it. But from afar, it's not really as visible. You know what? I'm going to put a placeholder in that. Just because once we start doing shading and stuff like that, it might pop a little bit more. Plus, there's a little bit of detail with the line art, but not so much so that we need to change the entire thing. Or adjust all of the line art color. Will it have a 100% chance of fixing it? No. But we'll see. We'll give it a chance. Let's go ahead and... I believe it was this orange? I guess we'll see. Yeah, that is definitely the right orange. I'll just do the general blocks of color unless I need to do the intricate details first. Just so I could be like, okay, we have the colors down. Then we can go into, okay, this needs to be this color, or this needs to have this happening to it. Stuff like that. Because technically there does need to be like a shine on the lens. But that's also going to be dependent on the flame that's going to be right there. This was the darkest blue. You know what? These colors aren't touching, so they could be on the same layer. That's fine. If they were touching, then there would be a problem. But it's fine. I also need to... I don't actually have this specific color saved on the palette, so I need to just be like, boop, I'm gonna take you from the other ribbon so I can have it. And then pop up. I'm just making sure that I didn't accidentally go over any of the actual line art. And this is just a more vibrant blue for the ribbon. It's very pretty. There we go. It honestly looks like the same orange. For the sides. Okay. Found it. I was gonna say, I don't know which color goes to which. Because I only labeled 2 things on this palette. Let me show you what palette I'm talking about. I have the blacks, which is technically dark blues and blacks, but they're dark enough that if seen from afar, you'd probably classify it as black. Or maybe a gray. And then we have, what did I name that? Gold accent? Because he does have gold accents on his coat. And buns, I didn't label any of them, which is why I have reference images open, so I know what's what, to the best of my ability anyway. There we go. Lovely. This needs to be on a separate layer. There we go. Perfect. Ah, yes, the slightly deeper yellow. This is going to be for the base of the more gold yellow parts of the jacket. Why was there a random line there? Alrighty then. There's that. Might as well put this underneath. Don't have to, but might as well. Alrighty then. And I believe it's the jerk. Yeah, it's the darkest blue again. For the rest of the jacket, excluding the swirls. Dang it. There we go. And let's go ahead and get the... Oh, I forgot this tiny little triangle. And then we can get the other side of the jacket. And I guess I'm going to fix some of the yellow that didn't fill in. Why didn't you fill in? Rude. And now we can just follow the lines. Because sure, I could do what I usually do and just make masking layers. So this part could be a little bit easier. But I think in the long run, it wouldn't take any more or less time. In fact, I think this would probably take less time because then you don't have to be like, huh, I wonder what the majority color would be that I can still read on top of hey, I need to make masking layers for only this specific part of whichever part I would need to do it on. For example, the lens, the hat, and the mask itself are all going to need separate things done to it that I wouldn't want affecting all the others. And I think I might just combine the two jacket layers into one, since whatever happens to one part is going to happen to the other as well. There we go. This little guy is just surrounded in darkness. I mean, understandably so. They're already kind of surrounded in darkness in Little Nightmares, but they're even more so surrounded in darkness here. Let's go ahead and grab the actual gray. Was it the actual gray? No, the actual gray is for the gloves, which we cannot see. But it was the dark gray for the shirt. How about let's not color over the cake? That is not something we need to do. There we go. Please. Thank you. And then the only thing we need to do that isn't legitimately just adding new things is this. Let's have it trail over here. Oh, it starts from where his shirt's tucked in, just above that. So shirt's tucked in probably right here, so starts around here. Little swirl. That's not right. There we go. And then we're going to thicken these lines up a bit. once we get to that point. And then we're gonna want to, oh, why did I bend it? 'Cause I wanted to make it more difficult. That's not the actual reason, but that's fine. Bop. And then that's not gonna be seen on this side. Nope. Other way. Do 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 do. Up. Trails around. Okay. Okay. Now we just need to thicken the lines. Because once we thicken the lines, it'll look 10 times better. Hopefully. Round. There we go. Oh, that means on this side would just be... Ah, it's fine. It's fine. Let's smooth out the line. Follow the curve. Come on. There we go. Do need to make it a bit more of a swirl, though. Hmm. Okay, I need to fix the top of this swirl because it's a bit too thick. But other than that, not too bad. Then we can kind of curve it. You know what? If we do that, we can fix the curve here. There we go. And then we can help out this swirl all the way over here that is trying its best. Oh. Okay. I don't know why, but that felt more pointed than it needed to be. Sure, probably wasn't pointed at all, considering the fact it's a swirl, but it did feel pointy. And that is not good. I'm gonna need to fix that. There we go. There we go. Let's go and make this line thicker. Gonna need to fix that anyway. And then we'll curve it. Over to here. There we go. That was a very big swirl. A very long swirl. Or at least the beginning was. There we go. There we go. And then we can just continue thickening up the lines. And sure, I could have done a bigger brush for the swirls in general, but because I want them to change in thickness, depending on where it is, I didn't feel like it would have been worth it. Especially since I know there is a brush that would give the general same effect I'm trying to go for, but I'm also not really good at using pressure sensitivity. I usually press really hard on my drawing pad to draw on accident. I even did that when I was doing traditional art as well, which is why I oftentimes, in many of my sketchbooks, have just lines. Like, even if I've erased everything, there'll be like an indent where there was something. So they would end up being very thick lines if I used something that relied on pressure sensitivity. Which, sure, some of them would need that anyway, but not to that degree. Let's do this. Color in. I'm just going to call that the person of the swirls. Because it kind of looks like a person almost. Because you have the head, the arms, the legs. I don't know why there's a person of the swirls, but there is. They're very swirly. And then bop. Lovely. Follow the swirl, follow the swirl. There we go. Base colors of blue now set. Now it's on to bun. I'm going to start with the hair because that's the color I picked out of the many colors they have. Did I? Yeah. Want to make sure that their eyebrows were the same as the majority of their hair. Not all of it, but the majority. In all fairness, I probably should put the eyebrows on a different layer, but it's fine. When I add the dyed tips, I'll just erase whatever gets on the eyebrows. There we go. I believe that was an orange leaf. So I forgot to add the leaf in the pride drawing, so it does not have a leaf. And yes, this Bun's persona consistently has a leaf on their head, except for that one drawing. Just a random leaf. Doesn't matter if it's spring, fall, winter, just random leaf. Thanks. I'm glad you're liking it, Blue. I probably could have just done color on this side, but you know what? It's fine. I need to fill in the top as well. It looks so weird to see just brown hair there. Because it's teal and purple on the ends. I don't think... Wait a minute. How did I... Alright. I accidentally missed part of their hair. Oops. There we go. There's just a triangle here. And then, of course, this bit. I might have to, when doing the table, depending on what color I end up choosing, I might have to do some color correction just in case. Since there's going to be two browns next to each other if I decide to do a brown table. Which, it will be a variety of brown, but if it's a dark brown, might have to try and add probably tones of red. But we'll see. We'll see when that happens. Let's do... Bop. And on this side. Bop. And then the purple. Which reaches all the way up here. Meaning that technically the majority of this is going to be recolored. But that's fine. Where is it? There it is. There we go. If I remember correctly, it's this. Actually, I gotta double check. I was right. That's also the wrong brush. Ah, yes, let me use the hair blending brush to put on skin tone. There we go. Wait, this is underneath the hair. Aha. Benefits of having many layers. I need to erase this bit because I forgot about it. Actually, that wasn't terrible. Okay. I thought I was gonna have to correct the whites of the eyes. But I didn't. Which is surprising. But I won't complain. Wait a minute. Is that part of Blue's jacket that I missed? No. What is that? It's just Bun's pants. Ah, yes. Maybe if I zoomed out every once in a while, I'd actually see what that was. It is beneficial. Probably should do it more often. Was it this one? Potentially. Let's add some life to show that they're living and that they have blood pumping through them. Didn't have to do that with Blue because any of the areas I would do the same with are kind of hidden. Kinda can't see them. Which means that we have to ask him if he's alive. Hey, Blue, are you alive? Because we can't see the life of your skin. What is going on? Maybe. Alrighty then. You heard it here. Blue might be alive. It's not guaranteed though. But he also responded to us, so he might be undead. Or was he ever alive? Was he just a figment of our imagination? We'll see after these messages. Let's go ahead and put on these totally gray gloves. I know it's technically not gray, but it works. Compared to the rest of the outfit, it is legitimately gray. I also missed a little bit of skin that was underneath the glove was not colored. I'm not gonna do the eyeballs yet. I'll color the shirt. Not gonna put the eyes yet. I'll leave that for later. Because there are so many eyes on this shirt. And it was my fault. I'm the one that designed it. And it looks cool. Even with the many eyes. Just means I have to draw many eyes because I don't copy and paste them. That ends up looking a little odd. At least with the way that I would end up doing it. I accidentally missed the sleeve. There we go. Perfect. Wait a minute. Oh, there it is. I had to delve into the palette to figure out which color was the pants. Which may sound odd because a lot of the colors are super vibrant. But there's also a few darker colors. And because this brown is so dark, when it's right adjacent to said darker colors, but not surrounded by the darker colors, for some reason I find it really hard to distinguish. So it's like, I wonder if this is a dark brown or a black, or is it the right dark brown? Are there multiple dark browns? Asks the person that help design Bun's persona. There we go. Then it's this yellow. Over here, right? Yeah, because it's not the very, very bright yellow. I'll have the leaf layer above this layer. Just so I can do that. Alrighty then. What would that be a part of if it wasn't? Oh, it might be one of the patches. We'll see. Yeah, that's not the right color. I mean, yeah, that's definitely the right color. I had to make sure. I had to fill it all in. Because it's also against the yellow backdrop, so it's a little difficult to tell. No, it need to be a little bit darker. There we go. Let's get the eyes. Which for now will look very gray. Jeez. I mean, understandably so. It is a gray. But we really need to get a background. I'm choosing the color of the characters first and all the props, but we do need to get background in. There we go. And then, of course, we need I probably could have just went with any gray, as long as it was light enough to do this part. Let's go up here. That is too close to the teeth. Still too close to the teeth. Okay, once we add shine to it, that should help it. And especially a background. You know what? Just to help a bit, I'll... No. I'll have it so it's not exactly white, just a little bit off from it. I mean, that still looks really gray, but that's not going to be the actual wall color. I don't know what the wall color is going to be. It's not going to be this, for many reasons. Okay. But it does help pop these out even more, which is lovely. Then we also need to do this one. This one. And this one. Lovely. There's my mouse. I found it! Okay. This is for the glasses. There we go. And then, of course, we also have the mushroom. You know what? I'll use the same white that I did for the jewelry. Because it makes sense. Is there anything else color-wise, like base color-wise, not adding anything to the clothes themselves besides the eyes that I need to do, but I'm gonna hold off for right now. Besides the eyes on the shirt? No. Okay, cool. Then let's move on. To mine, which is below everyone. Well, below all the personas. Technically not below all of the rest of it. There we go. You know what? I'm really glad I made the background not exactly white. Because otherwise it's very easy to lose, well, this color in the background. Because the sun is a deadly laser. There we go. Of course. Why am I not surprised? Legitimately, I'm not surprised I forgot to fix the overlapping line art of my persona. I've done it so many times that at this point, I'm proud when I don't. Okay. There we go. What is... What is... Wait. Oh, that's my hair. I was trying to figure out what that was. Whether that was a line I forgot to just erase or if it was legitimately supposed to be there. It's like, I can't tell. Maybe. Maybe it's not supposed to be there. Maybe you forgot to erase it. Or maybe it's something you put there on purpose. And because it's been a minute since you drew it, you just don't remember. Which, that was the case, but still. Had to make sure. There we go. Lovely. Haha. Now I'll live. I put too much on the ear. Did I? I guess we'll find out. Because the only way to truly find out is by waiting until we have the hair near it. Because the hair is blue. And that will change how a fair chunk of it looks, actually. I kind of need my pencil. There we go. There we go. I forgot to color in the teeth. Lovely. There we go. The moment of truth. Adding the hair. So sure, adding the color for the sweatshirt will also help a little, but not as much as the hair. Just for the simple fact of it's what frames the face. Similar with Bun's persona and their hair. Once we added the purple and the teal, it looked a lot better. At least to me. There we go. No. How about it's not color outside of the lines? That's not what we're doing. There we go. Around the curl. Ah, yes, the curl. The wave. I kind of need to fix that. Just a little bit. There we go. Now we don't have blue veins in our eyes. There we go. Then let's do bop and grab the sharp blaze. I need to do it several times because there's a lot more area to cover. There we go. Let's go ahead and do this again. Much better. And then with the hoodie, I'll just create a masking layer for the blue on the hoodie and strings. That's not the right brush. There we go. Damn. Let's not color on Golden Freddy. It's not his turn. I think I'm probably gonna do the gnome next. I don't have a reason to. Just kind of want to. Either the gnome or the character up there. Because why not? Then again, the gnome's pretty simple to color in. There we go. Oh. I didn't even go over the line when I was zoomed out. Fantastic. I'm surprised, but not disappointed. And then you can just go over here. I'll have the bracelet a layer above. Just to make things a little bit more simple. There we go. There we go. Then I could just do dang it. Bop. Bop. Made it very pixely when I did that. Would rather not have that happen. Just saying. And then we can put the laces on. These aren't laces. The strings. There we go. And you know what? I'll just put all the add-ons on the same layer. Because might as well. Orange. Yellow. That's not the right green. I say that as if it's the same every single time. It most likely isn't. But it's close enough that it's difficult to tell. And it's barely noticeable. Dang it. I guess that's a... Bleh. I guess that's what happens when you have long sleeves. Okay, you. You actually might be the same color as the stem over there. Legitimately. You really are. Okay. You need to be on... different layer. And you know what? I'm not gonna do a bucket for you. Just because you're small enough, I don't think I have to. And then 6. You know what? I think that was the right yellow. Lovely. No. Also no. Maybe a little bit more orange? That doesn't change anything. There you go, 6. And then... I don't know if these are forks or spoons, but either way, they are covered. Covered? Ah, yes, they're covered. They are covered in color. Because I just colored them. And then let's color in the lighter real quick. In comparison to a lot of the colors around them, they are very desaturated. Understandably so. We'll see if we need to color correct that. So I want to make it look like they're in the same room and not just placed in the same room, but not from the same area. which is going to be fun trying to figure out. That creeper looks so fed up. You know what? I'm going to do the frog next. Rogue. Maybe this is the frog that escaped from my frog sanctuary. And it's coming back to get revenge on its brethren who were just enjoying the home that I made. Maybe. Maybe. There we go. Nope. And then let's put the second tone. Right? I know it'd be on the underbelly. I don't know if it'd be... Ah, yes. We'll see if that looks good. Because right now it kind of looks like they... Either this is like a mouth in the making, or an odd beard. You know what? Yeah, that fits. There we go. I didn't mean to erase that much. Come on. It'd probably help if I grabbed a smaller eraser. And if I drew this frog symmetrically, but that's fine. It doesn't need to be a symmetrical frog. It's a frog of chaos. In all fairness, anything could happen. We don't know what it's capable of. It could be capable of great things and great tragedies. It's all up to the frog. And as we can tell, the frog picked great tragedies. Well, for us. It's entertaining, though. There we go. And you know what? Beady black eyes. And these highlights are not dependent on the flame below or the creeper it's upon. It's just from the chaos in its mind that it gets those sparkles. And everyone thinks it's adorable, when in reality it's plotting. It's plotting everything. It, okay, that works. Still kind of creepy, actually. I mean, it's adorable, but when you look at everything else, where they actually have eyes, the fact that it's just beady black button, like almost like the glossy button eyes. Huh. This is either that or I'm going to start off with this and just color it in. And then I could do a masking layer. Because the last time I drew a frog. Hi, Zeno. Go ahead. Give him a little derpy face. Or I could have them looking down at the chaos. Totally. No, I am not part mouse. There are no mice in my family. Oh, dang it. Only wolves and foxes. And bunnies, if you count my friends and bears. You know what? Yes. Oh, sure. Okay, so I initially started this drawing on my channel's birthday, which was the 4th of September. And so today I'm continuing it. And a little while ago, technically the night before, I sent a thing being like, hey, what if you were to choose any flavor of cake, what cake would you pick? Or what was your favorite flavor of cake? It's one of the two. And the winner was red velvet. So the cake in the center is going to be red velvet. And then the 2 is a candle basically for the channel's birthday. And then anything referencing a video game, which is FNAF, Minecraft, Phasmophobia, and Elden Ring, and Little Nightmares. Those are the games that I've played within the past year, if I remember correctly. Some of them might be a little bit older than a year, because I'm a little finicky with time. But this is my persona. This is Blue's persona, and Blue comes on to play with me on Phasmophobia and Elden Ring, while Bun hops on occasionally during Phasmo. So those are us 3. I do have some other people that have hopped on occasionally, but it's rare enough that they don't come on. They don't show up often. But I do have a few others. One of them I keep asking, hey, what do you want your persona to look like? He keeps saying, I don't know, which is understandable. It took me a while to figure out mine. And mine went through several iterations. But that is what is going on in this drawing. And then this is just a random OC that has no name, just made on the spot because I wanted to have one of the Mushis in the drawing because it's part of a little bit of world building. The Frog of Chaos. Yes. It's a very good frog. Well, it's a good frog in its own sense. It technically brought a creeper that is about to explode, but it wants to watch the world burn. It's a frog of chaos. What chaos frogs don't want to see a few explosions? I'm debating on whether or not I want flames in its eyes. Fair. Technically, he's like far enough back that his beak wouldn't be touching the fire, but it is very fair because it's going to be definitely covering up the mask. Why is he not burning? He should be burning in the flame, but he's not. How could this happen? Fine, I'll bring in my own reinforcement springs and a creeper. Though I feel like the frog would probably have more of a grudge against me, considering the fact that I made a frog sanctuary. And one just kind of hopped away and I never found it. Maybe he was unhappy with the frog sanctuary. This one? Because if you're saying this one, then you are correct. That is me. That is my persona. I would hope I sounded like that character. There we go. Oh, right. I forgot that when you move stuff on layers, even when it's on a clipping mask, it'll show you all of it. And then it'll go away. It'll disappear like it never happened. But sometimes it does trick me. Hmm. Oh! Okay, yeah. So that's me. The one in the Plague Doctor mask is blue, and Bunny is the person on the right. Don't mind baby teeth face. That they're just minding their own business. As long as we do not interfere with baby teeth face's business, they will not attack us. Hopefully. Maybe. Okay. Have fun, Zeno. Hmm. Let's do. I mean. That's actually a really pretty color combination. Wait a minute. Excluding the fact that I just colored outside the lines. Not quite. Not quite. But did I not double tap? Apparently I didn't double tap. Dang it. There we go. Much better. A spiral party hat. Good frog. You know what? I'm gonna go all the way back up here. And just change those to the same yellow. Okay. Let's do... You know what? Let's do blue's cane next. Because I actually have those colors on hand. That's not the colors. There we go. Wait, oh, that's the blanket. Right. Almost forgot there was a blanket back there. I was gonna say, oh no, I accidentally merged the wrong layers. But no, we're all good. We're all good. It was almost sadness, but it is no longer almost sadness. It was just me forgetting what lines I put down. But those are on different layers. Or they're supposed to be on different layers. They were on the same layer. And you're still above it, so I need to be careful. There we go. Perfect. Hmm. You know what? Let's have... the candle be this color. Because usually, my first thought would go, oh, hey, we should use the same blue that's associated with, well, the four things that are technically the same color. I'm confused by what you mean. I don't think people who have heterochromia are guaranteed to have difficulty seeing, as far as I'm aware. This means they have two different colored eyes. The pigments are produced differently in both eyes. And it's always really pretty. We'll see if that's a good color once we have the creeper. Because that might be a bit too green. We'll see. Because the creeper... I think the base of the creeper color would probably be this? Just about. It's close-ish, but maybe it's different enough that we can keep the color. If not, we can do a different one. There we go. It's close enough that it's not popping the way I'd want it to. But I also want it to be a lot more vibrant than that. I think with shading that's gonna get a whole lot better. Let's go back to the green. And just fill in the eyes and mouth real quick. This might not be... It's definitely not dark enough, actually. Not at all. It'd be good for, like, the texture on the creeper itself, but not for the eyes. There we go. Yeah, I think that's probably the best color just for a base color. I just want to get the base colors down. And then we can do all the texturing and color variation later. Okay. Just so I actually have this on hand. I'm going to put that color underneath the eye. And then we can put it on the creeper as a way to texture it a bit. Probably on the corners around the eyes. and mouth, I would say. And for now, I'm just going to do the picture frame. Dang it. I would like it if I didn't go over the line. There we go. Then we just need to go around. Then we can fill it in. There we go. Actually, I really like that color. Welcome back, Zeno. I think this color is going to be good for the glass over top. Not at the moment, Zeno. Because this is just my persona, my best friend's personas, and some of the games that I've played currently. But sometime when I have the opportunity to, it would be fun to do to let you guys be like, oh hey, can you draw this? And stuff like that. But at the moment, it is not that time. Okay. Okay, good. Let's do... We're gonna have a lot of dark colors. But I think that's gonna be fine in the long run. Especially since, you know what? I really should frost the cake. That's probably something that would be a little beneficial. Oh, this is Baby Teeth Face. And Baby Teeth Face is one of the models of ghosts that can appear in Phasmophobia. Let me... Where's my mouse? Let me turn everything back to normal because I changed the... Oh, it is so dark. Never mind. Let me turn the brightness back up so you can actually see it. Okay, so this is Baby Teeth Face. This is just a screenshot from the game. Yeah. That is who is under the table. Just eating handfuls of cake. And if I'm being honest, I think if any of us did find out that baby teeth face was eating the cake, I don't think any of us would stop it. No, I think they're just standing there. Uh, I'm trying to remember. This wasn't one of the times I was looking for a thumbnail specifically because there's a camera right by it, so I was actually playing. Most likely they were playing with the sink. They like making uh dirty water appear. It's like, ooh, I can make the water start running. Oh, why do you keep turning it off? I wanted it on. Then they turn on the shower. Then they throw a few bottles. Then they try to kill us. It's a lot of fun. Definitely one of my favorite games. I both love and hate the fact that this is such a bright color. Because, yay, it's most likely the right color. But it's so hard to figure out if I'm actually getting all that I need to. Colored. You know what? I'll do a clipping layer to add the actual cake part. Because for some reason I'm making this cake just be covered in cream cheese frosting instead of having some piping decorations. And I know exactly why. It's because I couldn't think of any decorations, but that is fine. Because in all fairness, if I made this cake, unless someone gave me explicit, hey, do piping designs or something like that, I probably would just cover it in frosting. I think that's a bit too yellow. Needs to be off-white, but not that white. I mean, needs to be off-white, but not that yellow. There we go. There we go. Let's do... Honestly, I think that might be a perfect color. I feel like the creeper would then panic if there was a cat on the creeper. I'm gonna be honest. The creeper wouldn't be exploding. It would be running for its life when the cat is just minding its business, trying to cause a little. Oh, very much so. Just be like, oh god, there's a cat on my head. And the cat would laugh. And so would the frog. And everyone else. But in this scenario, it is a frog causing the chaos. Mainly because I wanted to draw a frog at the time. Eek. I can see the cat doing that. Bow to me, creeper. Or I will... I don't know. I don't know why creepers are so afraid of cats. Or I'll claw out your... face holes? Ah, yes. Or maybe in reality, maybe creepers are just allergic to cats and they know it. So they're just like, oh god, I need to get away from the cat. I need to get away from the cat, otherwise I'm gonna suffocate. I need to fix the lining. Because if this wasn't frosted, this would be just fine. But because it's frosted, it kind of needs that barrier. On a spider? Didn't know they got an upgrade. Yeah, you're not wrong though. Baby zombies are the bane of my existence. Legitimately, if I hear a baby zombie, I go the other way. Unless I have to go that way. For one reason or another. But I always hope that that's not the case. Because fistfuls were taken out unceremoniously, there's just gonna be a bit of the frosting kind of just smeared onto the inside. All because of you, baby teeth face. How could you? I've never heard. Ow. I haven't heard that before. But I can see Minecraft knowing that. Because Minecraft is awesome. Doesn't matter how old you are. I will forever love Minecraft. I don't care how old I get. Because it doesn't matter how old you get, you will always have, well, some people will always have their imagination. I have heard that there are some people that can't imagine things. And you know what? They can experience the worlds. Wearing a pig hat? Alrighty then. Oh, dang it. I forgot to... make the line for the... There we go. You know what? I'm glad I made this slight error in my lighting, because then it looks like the tip of the thing is gone since they're eating it. Ooh, cheesecake is really good. I don't blame you. Now I kind of want to look up a recipe to see how to make it, just in general. But yeah, cheesecake is amazing. Currently, I don't think I've had a cheesecake I've disliked. I've had a few that were way too rich for me, because I can't have too rich or too sweet of things because it makes me sick, but doesn't mean I don't like it. Just means I need to be careful. Essentially, if I have, let's say, a cookie, don't eat another cookie. Yeah. I'm a demi-boy. I go by he, they. If you want to use neopronouns, they. But people can have many different types of voices. Sometimes it doesn't match with the stereotype of their gender. And also some people voice act, which is awesome. Oh, what was that voice actor's name? Oh, I don't remember her name. But I know she voiced Bart Simpson. And there's another one, or maybe it's the same one. Don't remember, because my brain's blanking. But also voiced, oh, Rugrats. Why is my brain blanking? No! But yeah. Oh, understandable. I always find it's best, like, if you don't hear someone reference someone as one thing, or if you just met someone, I find it's better, as long as you're actually going to, like, interact with this person for a long period of time, like you want them to be your friend or something like that, or you're going to talk to them along those lines. Essentially, you're not meeting them for the first time and only time, like someone at a store or something. I always find it best to be like, oh, hey, what are your pronouns? Stuff like that, just so I don't say the wrong thing. Because I know it kind of sucks to be misgendered and stuff like that. Okay, good. This is a new layer. I don't know what color the plate should be. I should probably color the table first and then figure it out. And you know what? We'll see how this color works. Let's make it a little bit lighter. Yeah. There we go. Dude, that'd be really cool. At the moment, I'm thinking of, well, when I get the time and when I figure out a way to draw a lot without damaging my wrist or my thumb. Because I may have been drawing for 6 hours. But yeah. I would rather not damage my limbs. But something I want to do sometime in the future, I'm even creating worlds for it, is make a comic book of sorts. At one point, I thought maybe like a show or something, but I tried my hand at animation, and let's just say I respect animators a lot. Because, oh my god, it takes so long. It takes so long and it's super tedious. So, to those who animate, I applaud you and envy your attention span. You could definitely be one of the first. You won't be the first, though. These guys and my folks would probably end up being the first. But yeah, once I actually start making steps towards that, I'll make sure to give a heads up, be like, hey, I'm making this. Um, maybe. To me, it's not as easy. Um, when I was still in high school, I started out with a storyboard that was basically like a animatic of sorts. They do, and all of their movies are so good. But I respect them a whole lot because I do not have the attention span at all for that. But yeah, when I took an animation class, I started with storyboard and went from there. And I actually do have a few tiny animations. I dip my toe in it every once in a while, but no, it is not something I can bring myself to do at the moment. Let's just say that. Who knows? Maybe one day I'll dip my toe into it further, but as of right now, no. But I respect the hell out of anyone who does animation, especially when it's so fluid and nothing like major like goes away. Because there are times where when I was animating a project that I did for an assignment in school, and it took a while. And I swear the proportions of the characters kept changing because the camera would turn and the characters would move. I mean, sure, it's probably on me for trying to do specific things, but I also had to do it at different camera angles and stuff like that. That's actually a really good class. I got to learn a lot about different camera angles. It is something that I will never regret taking. I'm fairly certain it's not that bad. I could be wrong. I don't look this stuff up, but I have heard crunch time in any business is painful. Oh, what was 2 days ago? That was today's Tuesday, so well, technically it's Wednesday, but beside beside the point. Uh, so are you talking Monday or Sunday? Unless you're in the future, which you could be. I don't know where you're from, and don't tell me. Ah, so Sunday. Uh, I didn't stream on my birthday. I planned to stream on my birthday, but I couldn't bring myself to. I was no. Dang it! Now I need to find where that. Oh, it's probably over here. Um, I was tired and wanted to play with friends, but I did stream. I think it was the Friday because I don't think. Yeah, I didn't stream on Saturday. That was my party. And when I started this drawing, it was the 4th because it's my channel's birthday. There's a lot of things going on in September because we have my channel's birthday, my birthday, and the the anniversary of me starting T. So, oh, cool. That's super cool. Dang it. Where in the world is this spot that I have missed? It was. Ooh, you were hiding the hole in the line. How could you? Wait a minute. Oh, I traced around the plate. I was gonna say, wait, why is the plate still not covered? That one isn't. I'm just a bit silly. Oops. Okay. In all fairness, this is actually an amazing color for the plates, which is both good and bad. Good because, well, I could just color this one in. Bad because then I have to wait to color this one in. There we go. Hmm. Like rainbow. Ooh. Ooh. I mean, I did legitimately have rain- uh, rainbow plates. They were the party plate, like the plates for cake. But you know what? I'll desaturate a little bit. Let's do bop, bop, bop. I need to erase that. No. Okay, that's fine. They'll fix it later. And you focus on the colors themselves first. And then fix any mistakes I accidentally do. Dandicus. I have a Dandicus plate. That's all I can think about. Dang it. There we go. Confusion, but okay. And then the green. Green. There we go. And then purple. That's too much purple in that area. There we go. Is there a imposter among them? Well, in all fairness, this is the only other plate except for the big platter. But I think the big platter is the imposter. I mean, look at it. I bet if I changed the color of the background, it would be that same color. It's totally not because I haven't colored it yet. Okay. You know what? We have a fair chunk done. I need to give my hand a break. So I think I'm going to leave it here for today. We have a good start on the colors. I need to fix... No, the eyes and the teeth will be white once I change the background. It's fine. What other games do I play? I play Minecraft, Phasmo. In the past, I have played... Oh, I am also currently playing Elden Ring. In the past, I've played Little Nightmares, FNAF, Lethal Company. There's a whole variety of games. If you go into the playlists, you can scroll down and see all of the playlists I have with each of the individual games I've played. And that goes for everyone else as well. I've played a large variety of games. The majority being Minecraft and Phasmo. Those are the ones that have remained constant. But thank you all so much for watching, and thank you so much for joining. If you like the live stream, go ahead and hit the like button. If you want to see more content from me, go ahead and hit the subscribe button. And if you want to get notified for any future live streams or videos, go ahead and hit the notification bell. And I'll see you beautiful people next time. Bye!